All right, welcome back, Rocketeers, to episode 5. I can't believe it's only 5 episodes into our new UnKerbaled Start modded space program career. So, without further ado, let's go ahead and jump in, shall we? And also, I think in about an hour, well, a little over an hour, the New Glenn launch number 2 is going to Mars, but via L2. Right, it's gonna put its payload into L2 and then wait for a year. Right, because we're not in a Mars transfer window. Right, it's the first time this technique has been done, so interesting to see how it goes. And I'm still eating, so apologies for that. Hope everyone is out there doing well today. Today is Sunday. Some people have a long weekend. Some people have to go to work tomorrow just to have Tuesday off. Other people don't get Tuesday off. You know, once I got out of the military, I've never worked anywhere that gave Veterans Day off, which is... Okay, so last night I did run a couple more missions to make a little bit more money, and we got... pushed our science up over 90. I also was messing around and made a new rocket plane. Even though I said I wasn't going to stream this off stream, I ended up doing it anyway. Once I get an idea in my head, I gotta run it through. Alright, so I made the Sonic 2. So yesterday, we kind of slapped this together. It's a modification of the 1 Alpha. This is the 1 Bravo. And I really didn't like it that much. So I started over and went to the Sonic 2, which is quite similar, just a little bit more streamlined, but big but it's awful heavy in this configuration for 2 Junos. One moment, I gotta sneeze. Okay, I'm still live, I think. I thunk. We need to fly this thing basically 800 kilometers, then climb it up over 18,000 meters. I've already done that. Even fully fueled, it'll make it, like, just barely. Even with just off the 2 Junos, but I think 4 would do significantly better. Right, so we can do start doing the higher altitude contracts. Even though we'd only be able to do 1 waypoint per launch. Alright, and we also have a couple of contracts to take pressure readings and EVA reports on the surface at these locations. Both of these contracts are fairly close to each other. However... they're quite a flight, but not as far as the Tundra, which is where we need to go for the other one. So I figure it's a good good time to try out the flyer, right? As we made the Bravo flyer, which has more fuel on board. And land this thing out in the wild, which I'm not super duper fond about landing in the wild, especially with earlier airplanes. But let's go ahead and do this contract. Well, these 2 contracts. We don't have ladders yet, do we? Kinda, sorta. We don't have extending ladders. Alright, I'm gonna put those there, but I have a feeling we may have to kneel the aircraft, meaning retract the landing gear while we're sitting on the ground. Because the Kerbal's gonna have to get out and then get back in. Alright, and Jeb has decided he's flying today, so, wait. We do actually have an airbase that we might be able to open that's closer, depending on how much it costs. We have Sandy Island. It's actually significantly closer. I didn't have to exit for that. Angela 26312, what's going on? Lost Kerbal, how we doing? New Glen 2 launched today? Yes, in a little over an hour. I was just speaking about that. As it's launching its payload to Lagrange Point 2, where it'll orbit for a year and then accelerate off to Mars, because we're not in the Mars launch window. Right, it won't be until late next year. So it's kind of interesting they've chosen to do it this way. Alright, because depending on where Mars is in its orbit, relative to Earth, you simply cannot go. It doesn't matter how much energy you possess or can use to get there, you just can't go. It's just not gonna happen. Sandy Island's 250 grand. We don't have it. Well, we're taking the long flight. All right, Jeb. Let's see what you got, buddy. So, Angela, Lost Kerbal, how you guys doing today? What have you guys been up to? All right, so as I said, there's 2 contracts that have doubled up over here. I'm hoping this is grasslands. There's several right in the same proximity. But yeah, it's going to be an 800 kilometer, it's 1,600 kilometers round trip. I may have to turn this down a little bit. Nope, we're good. Okay. Let me know if this is too loud. All right, Jeb, you are cleared for launch, for takeoff. Launch. Cleared for takeoff. That's pretty noisy, isn't it? Societies, what's up, man? Scientic, how you doing? All right, we are wheels up. Heading is 93, so it's basically due south. I mean, due south. What am I smoking? Due east. we're doing a 20-degree climb out here. As we need to get as high as we can, as quickly as we can. These clouds, man. Once we get above 4,000 meters, there we go. We're going to go ahead and drop the nose down to about 15-degree climb. We start accelerating a little bit more. Look at that view, though, man. I cannot say it enough how awesome Black Rock's clouds are. Heidi's hungry. I wanted to get the stream started. I'm going to drop us down to a 10-degree climb. We're through 7,500 meters. At 400 knots, or 206 meters a second. Climbing up through 8,500 meters now. Right through 9,000 meters, I'm going to drop the nose to a 5-degree climb. Mach 0.73. And start leveling out. Passing through 450 knots, we're about 9,500 meters up. I'm right at a few degrees. We have a little over 2 hours of flight time available to us, and it's about 50 minutes to our site, so we got about 20-minute fuel reserve. Able to fly it there and then back to the KSC, assuming we have no issues. And we'll go into time warp in a minute. Alright, we're in 3x Fizz warp, so it's about a 15-minute flight from here in real time. Angela, you're gonna mod the convertitrons, or to match the value of the 250. Some of the values for some of the parts in Kerbal always make me feel like they're arbitrary, or they were designed by two different people, or the parameters were set by two different people that didn't talk to each other. All right, traveling a Mach 0.9, 521 knots. All right, I'm gonna come out of time warp here for a moment because we're gonna go to cruise flight director. All right, back in a 3x time warp. This way it'll actually hold the heading. There's always some drift in KSP if you're just flying manually. There's always some drift, and it's always to the left. So Angela's modding the convertitrons. What's everybody else up to today? What are your Kerbals doing in life? Hildebrand! What's up, my friend? A B-57? No. It is a KP-2. Kerbal plane number 2. And these clouds make it so worth it. Yeah, you design enough airplanes in Kerbal, eventually one or two is going to start looking like a real world counterpart. Well, if you try, if you try to make your planes quote unquote realistic. At the end of the day, it's still a video game. Plus, early career, your options are somewhat limited. But considering we don't have supersonic flight capability, really, not without using a rocket. This is about as fast as we're gonna get. Plus, it allows me to finish my meal. It does kind of look like the Nimrod a little bit, yeah. It's not a bad looking plane. I mean, I've made uglier, you know, early career airplanes. I've definitely made uglier. And we've climbed up to a little over 10,000 meters now. We're slowly climbing up as our mass as we lose mass. Because I don't have an altitude hold on the autopilot. What about these clouds though, man? Ever been in a plane ride over clouds like this and it just looks like a white blanket? And the clouds from space look so good. Which I'm hoping we can make a little bit of money off of these missions and actually start launching more stuff into space. And we've been in flight for over 31 minutes of game time. Alright, we left from there, and we are... Yeah, Sandy Island is somewhere in here. So it would have been a shorter flight, but it's 250 grand to open Sandy Island. So we're almost 2/3 of the way there. And we still have over nearly 2 hours of flight time. An hour and 45 minutes of flight time. And then once we do land, if we can find, well, hopefully we find a flat enough spot to land in, right, without killing Jeb, we get to play Rover. Because it's unlikely safe enough to be able to take off and try to land again for some of the waypoints. So we may end up doing a little bit of Rover driving once we're on the ground with the plane. It's been a while, but I remember we used to make airplanes, and we would actually test it to see, you know, can it still take off with only 2 engines? Can it take off with 1 engine? You know, is the rudder powerful enough to, if you had 2 engines go out on the same side, is the rudder powerful enough to offset the torque? You know, to be able to take off and go around. But that's because we were running EVA repairs, and we could actually have engines fail. So we would test out all of that stuff. All right, we're about 100 kilometers from starting our descent. And then we gotta kind of glide around and look for a place to land, actually land. That mountain sitting over there does not make me smile. That mountain looks like it's gonna be right next to our waypoint. By the way, for NG2, does anybody, I was looking for it earlier, but I didn't see any official, you know, Blue Origin launch links. And that's still the usual, you know, NASA spaceflight now, everyday astronaut. But I did not see any official launch feeds yet. All right, coming out of Fizz Warp, we're gonna go back to standard fly-by-wire, and let's start our descent. Let's go ahead and throttle down. All right, now we can go back into Fizz Warp a little bit. And they're all fairly close together. That's good. It's 7 different locations, all fairly close together. Looking at these hills, though, that's not making me happy. All right, as I said, we got to be able to land this thing. That's not looking too bad over along this right here. Maybe. I don't know, there's a lot of trees in there. That's awful bumpy. Alright, brought us out of Fizz Warp. Maybe right through there? Even here, actually doesn't look too bad, actually. Oof. That was that sideways slide made me worry a little bit. But we made it down. I thought for sure that right wing was gonna eat dirt. All right, we're at our first site. All right, keep the mystery go, keep the crew report, atmospheric pressure scan, temperature scan. This thing does not have a magnetometer. I did not put a magnetometer on here. All right, let's go ahead and conduct a material study. Oh, that sucks. I'm a dumbass. I didn't put the science collector in this thing. And I put those too far back. I need these freed up. Alright, and I'm gonna go ahead and drop a quick save here just in case. Alright, as game physics can sometimes get a little wonky with when you're out here in the wild with landing gear. Alright, so we're gonna start driving towards the next location through these trees. Watching our wings, make sure we don't bump anything. We hit 2 waypoints. They're so close together, we hit 2 waypoints at once. With that one reading. Alright, now I'm going to keep our speed below 20 knots. Or 20 meters a second. How many of you guys have done the airplane rover thing? All right, a few hundred meters more to go. Scientific, the airplane rover, what we're doing now, basically. Where you have to fly an airplane, but you have to go to a bunch of locations, so it's not worth taking off again, right? It's too dangerous. So you just end up driving your plane around on the ground. Right? Airplane rover. Alright, let's grab that one. Alright, that's one contract complete. Now we can start working on the second one. Yeah, it's those sudden little dips like that that can get you. Alright, this is gonna need an EVA report, so we have to get Jeb out of the cockpit. Up 100 meters more. Scientific, we have no way to get a wheeled vehicle here. Other than rigging up something really weird with parachutes and airdropping it. You know, we can't even carry it in a cargo bay. That's what I thought. All right. We have to kneel the aircraft. Because Jeb actually has to be on the ground. Oh, up. Oh, they don't connect. It's not gonna let me climb. I added those for nothing, so we gotta do it this way. Oh, don't Evie, I hit the wrong button. Get back in, Jeb. Alright, now we gotta drive over here. Drive an airplane. That's a weird thing to say. Drive an airplane. Alright, 500 meters to the next location. And we'll have to do the same thing. Jeb will have to get out. We'll have to kneel the aircraft. Have Jeb jump out on the ground. Get the report. Yeah, in the future, once we actually have cargo planes, we'll actually be able to find a plane, land it, and then just drive a rover around and get all these, put the rover back on the airplane. Right, and then fly back out. Yep, standing right in front of the air intakes while the engines are running, dude. It's all good. Wait, what just happened? No. Jeb just went pop. Jeb just went poof.
Not flippin' acceptable.
Why did Jeb go poof? Ah, we almost had the contract done. All right, that is a definitive revert. Because it's nothing that we did. Jeb just went poof. All that for nothing. Oh, wait. Yeah, we do. We have a quick save. You are right. Shit on my biscuits. We have a quick save. Thank you. Oh, that's not what I want to do. Other button. And I should have taken a quick save after we finished those contracts. I should have taken another one. But that's all right. Yes, thank you, Scientific. Woo! I'm not used to doing quick saves, just if you can't tell. Right, most of the time we let it ride, but the only reason sometimes I do quick saves only because if it's something that is not, if it's my error, we suck it up, right? Right, if it's an error in design or error, you know, in my my actions, we suck it up for the most part. However, if it's a game thing, that's what it's for, like that, where Jeb just went poof. I mean, like Puff the Magic Flippin' Dragon. But I forget to take quick saves often. He got fed up and went to go live life in the jungle. Yeah. Yeah, we're in the Highlands. He decided he would rather wear a kilt than a flight suit. All right, so we got that one. Let's quick save as that completes that contract. That's, you know, like 75 grand nearly right there. Alright, so we're not too out of sorts. Alright, we didn't lose too much. I was like, man, we lost a whole flight all the way out there. Blah, 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 blah. Because, man, that would have not been pleasant. So what are you up to today, Scientic? What are you working on? Also, while I'm thinking about it, there'll be no stream tomorrow, and then Tuesday, I think we're gonna do a re-entry. As it finally went to a 1.0 release. Safer to walk up on the wing. Oh god, what's up, buddy? Alright, drop another quick save. We're doing the jet plane rover maneuver. Right, we did an 800-kilometer flight out here for 2 contracts that happen to be overlapping, but it's all experiments from the surface. We had a slight mishap a couple of seconds ago, or a couple of minutes ago, as Jeb just went poof. You can get on this next waypoint, actually. Getting an EVA report, he literally just went poof. So we had to reload a quick save that I forgot that I even took, because I'm not used to quick saving. Glad we did, though. The airplane rover to maneuver, or having one of your Kerbals just go poof while walking on the ground? I was trying to get him to climb back up onto the airplane, and he pulled a David Copperfield and vanished. All right, there we are. Hit the brakes. All right, kneel the aircraft. Get Jeb out. This Jeb has to be on the ground for the EVA reports. I put a little ladder on there to see if we can't grab it, but it doesn't connect. It doesn't allow us to transfer to the cockpit, so we got to do it this way. All right, drop another quick save. All right, back off in this direction to the next waypoint. We got 2 waypoints remaining. The airplane rover, yep. Because it's not worth taking off again. It's too dangerous. Right, especially in, like we're in the Highlands biome. Between these 2 contracts, it's 7 different waypoints. I think it'll be worth the money. Steep hill coming down with all these trees. And I'm trying to keep my speed below like 18 meters a second. All right. We made it within range of this one. Hit the brakes. Kneel the aircraft here once again. EVA Mr. Jeb. Do the EVA report dance. Alright, unkneel the aircraft. Drop a quick save. Oh man, the next one's long. The next one's 4.5 kilometers. Great. Long drive to the last waypoint. It's only a long drive because of our the limited speed. Remember, at the end of the day, this is an airplane and not a rover. Hey, Chief, what's up, my friend? The sun's starting to get low in the sky. So what are you up to today, Chief? We're doing the old airplane rover maneuver. Sunday evening blues. It's always good to get a good cry out before Monday morning. Getting dark fast. Yeah, I'm all good. Hey, Olka, do you know if there's an official stream for the New Glenn 2 launch? Just coming up here fairly quickly. At least the launch window is going to open here soon. I looked for one earlier and I couldn't find one. I mean, I found the usual NASA Spaceflight Now, Spaceflight... Or Spaceflight Now, NASA Spaceflight, and Everyday Astronaut, but... But I didn't see an official one. Like from NASA or Blue Origin, because it is a NASA mission, right? Or Rocket Lab, because the payload was made by the two satellites are made by Rocket Lab. Oh, there it is. Okay, thank you. Let me hit the brakes here real quick so I can bring that up. Queer, what's up, buddy? Oh, we got 45 minutes. Okay. Plenty of time to knock this out and fly back. I probably should have warped until it was early morning over here to make sure it was daylight the entire time we're here. So where are you flying to today, Quirt? Alright, we're a little over halfway there from where we started out driving. All right, about 600 meters more to go, and then we gotta take off. Olga, what have you been playing lately? I'm actually looking forward to playing a little bit of Star Citizen again once Nyx goes live. Stationeers? And there we go, we're in range. Let's hit the brakes. Kneel the aircraft. Alright, we have Jeb get out. Alright, and EVA report. Thank you, Jeb. We already have one stored on board. That's why I'm ditching them. Alright, Jeb is back on board. Alright, drop another quick save here, and that completes that contract. That's 9 grand and 2 science, actually, for each of these waypoints. And 66 grand, so we've made almost 300 grand off of this. No, almost 200 grand off of this mission total. Maybe a little more. We're gonna see what our best option is here for taking off. Hard to say because it's so flippin' dark. Because it looks like there's a couple of ridge lines down here, and we don't want to hit these going full bore. See, like that? That would have killed us. Well, that's not good. Right here. Upsa daisy. All right, let's come right. Hey, stop fighting me here. Fine. I'll do it myself. That's more, yeah, I thought about it, and then I was like,
You only live once, so yeet.
what's up, Natsmore? How you doing today? Trying to choose between Kerbal and Dyson Sphere? How is Dyson Sphere? Where, when are we gonna do some Arc Raiders? I don't know. I don't own the game, so it looks fun, but other priorities, and I got so many other games I want to do. Court Ozzy in Space has been playing a lot of Arc Raiders. I mean, don't get me wrong, and it does look good, but it's just like so many other things. You know what I mean? All right, put that on waypoint hold, and now we can just enjoy the trip. Chief, right? And that view. I like Satisfactory, which is another game in my backlog of things to get back into, because I was waiting for update 1.1 and then just never got back to it. The X4 Foundations, I was waiting for the diplomacy update and then never got back to it. Right, now we have Kingdom Come Deliverance. I want to get back to replay Kingdom Come Deliverance, and then the second one we have, right? And then also, I have Reentry Spaceflight Simulator. That we're going to do on Tuesday. For Veterans Day, we're going to do that one. Alright, I want to get back into playing some Star Citizen again. It's just not enough hours in a day, man. We need 48-hour days. Can you imagine if we had 48-hour days? Yeah, who needs sleep? I'll sleep when I'm dead, right? That's what, yeah, that is pretty much the thing, man. If you start playing something that you're not having fun with, dude, it's you're gonna have a bad stream. Chief, you're not wrong there, dude. You're not wrong there. And that's why, especially if your stream isn't, making your, paying your rent, then definitely only play what you want to do. That's why I didn't play Kerbal for so long, man. I just burned out on it, and I would launch Kerbal and just stare at the main menu for a couple of minutes and then close it. You know, I mean, it's taken me quite a while to get back into Kerbal. Well, did I mention this aircraft has more than enough fuel to make this 1900 kilometer flight, almost 2000 kilometers? As it was over 800 to get to that the first waypoint. We're almost halfway back. My part about the board war games though is finding people to play with. Oh, and then we also have a MechWarrior 5 career that I was waiting for mods to update on, which I think I haven't even checked in a couple of days. I'm guessing after this weekend they probably will have been updated. NASA, yeah, well, maybe government employees. Most businesses don't give Veterans Day off. I never had Veterans Day off. You know, once I got out of the military, I never got Veterans Day. I mean, if you're a city, state, or federal worker, yeah, but if you work for a private business, the odds of you getting Veterans Day off is pretty much bingo. And we're flying a Mach 0.97. Can't get much faster than this. Not yet, anyway. That's right, yeah, that's true. I know schools are open tomorrow for kids, you know, to go to school for one day and then turn around and have the next day off. Chief, yeah, I saw that the other day, and Onka mentioned it. But for how long, though? That's the question. And I don't like putting modded aircraft on Kerbal X. The last time, I mean, granted, it's been a long time. People, you know, the community has grown quite a bit since then. But the couple of times that I did it, I ended with tons of questions about how to install mods in Kerbal Space Program. Like, where do you go get this? You know, hey, this mod doesn't work. I went to CurseForge. This mod doesn't work. How'd you make it work? Well, because CurseForge doesn't tell you what any of the dependencies are. So if you're missing all the dependencies, of course the mod doesn't work. I got tired of troubleshooting. So I was like, all right, fine. Vanilla aircraft only. All right, we're about ready to start our descent here. Yeah, I'm playing a board game solo. I don't know. I guess I just I used to do it when I was a kid. I guess it shouldn't be that big a deal. All right, we're gonna go ahead and start our descent. Yeah. Problem is coordinating, and then also, just like anything else, is you know, distractions, real life distractions. There's the Allen Airfield over there. All right, let's go ahead and go to radar altimeter here. 20 kilometers out from the middle of the runway. All right, let's go ahead and kill time warp and start bringing it in. Oh wait, mosquito. Damn, they're still around. Bastard. Alright, gear coming down. Alright, flaps down. Pappy says we're really low. I can actually see the Pappy lights this way. Hinkloff, what's up, buddy? Yeah, Hinkloff, yeah, this is a 50% career, not a 20%. What's going on, Hinkloff? How you doing today, buddy? Minute hold. All right. All right. Pappy says we're on glide slope. Using throttle to control my rate of descent. Hinkloff, yeah, dude. At 20%, you'll in the vanilla game, if you're playing bone stock, you can only go so far. You'll basically lock yourself where you can't go any further. At 10%, unless you're running mods, you're never getting very far. Yeah, without stalling, yeah. And to be fair, the lower part of the atmosphere, like 8,000 meters and below, is pretty thick in KSP to make it easier to fly airplanes, and at least with the vanilla aero. Right? But also, this plane has a lot of wing area. Right, so our landing speeds are quite slow. All right, let's go ahead and recover that. Contracts complete. We got some money. Got a little bit more science. Actually, we're going to get even more science. Because we brought some back. We brought back 10.2 science. All right, Jeb got a curb and surface EVA ribbon. Because we were even EVAing around like a Muldoon. All right, and we got 118 science. To spend on a few things, but hold that thought, as this guy's gonna go punch the bladder reset button and grab into something else to drink. And when I get back, we're gonna look and see what the timeline is for New Glenn 2. Right, New Glenn is doing its second launch day to Mars. Actually, technically, it's going to L2, and then in a year from now they'll move on to Mars. But hold that thought. Be right back. All right. Where are we at? "25 minutes to lift off on New Glenn 2, so we got time. All right. We have 405 grand in the bank. I would like to upgrade the research and development building, but that's 451 grand. Then we still need money to be able to execute missions. All right, gizmos, which would give us extendable solar panels. That would also be nice. All right, advanced rocketry leads to heavy rocketry, leads to propulsion systems. What does general construction give us? And custom fuel tanks, which allows us to really make, you know, some really small satellites or probes. Oh, okay, Onka. Thank you for... How favorable is the weather overall for the launch window? Do you know? By chance? All right, we already know that at minimum we're going to need advanced rocketry, so let's go ahead and spend the 45 science on that. It's 39 grand to unlock the parts. What's in here in general construction that we need? Bigger fuel tank. We have the FLT 400 fuel tank. Among other things, to kind of build a Soyuz a little bit, but I think we need heavy rocketry for that. Yeah, and then I think we need fuel systems for some of the others. All right, there's fuel systems. Oh, we need advanced fuel systems in order to be able to get that tank, the weird angle tank. I think this tank is in the wrong node. I think this tank should be one below. Get out of my face, mosquito. Right, because we could buy this re-entry pod, the Onion, to send up one Kerbal. The issue is we have no way of protecting it yet. Not really. We would need 1.875 meter fairings, which comes with, I think, aerodynamics. Yep, 2.5 meter, 1.5 meter. Yeah, it's all here. And aerodynamics, which is 90 science, which we no longer have. I'm still leaning towards general construction and custom fuel tanks, which I think is the direction we need to go. Yeah. Let's grab general construction for 45 science. It's 227 grand, so we're not going to unlock all the parts at once. All right, and then 5 science for the custom tanks. And these 25 grand, those we'll go ahead and unlock. It leaves us with 23 science and 340 grand for the moment. $35 to 45%. So we still have those other survey contracts, but it's a long flight. One of them is above 18,000 meters. Have to look at that, and we also still need to go to Kerbin's Tundra to knock out this contract. Let's bring this up. What's a recovery base? No, I'm really curious. Means I guess we can land there and recover without financial penalty. Oh, we have a low-level contract that's right nearby. Now let's go take a look at our contracts again here real quick. See what else we can do. I don't know if I want to fly all the way to the Tundra just yet. That's a long flight. Even longer than the one we did. Oh, why did I come back in a tracking station? We want mission control. But those are really high altitude. That's the launch escape system in flight over Kerbin. Why would we? Yeah, well, I guess I can kind of see it, but we're not ready for that. Radial decoupler in flight over Kerbin. That launch escape system contract. Yeah, that's going to be probably, but that would have to be done from a rocket. Advanced Research Division. Form an orbital study from space around Kerbin. Magnetometer report from low in space. Temperature scan from low in space. Problem is, this pays less than the rocket to launch it. All right, low resolution altimetry scan of Kerbin. I'm gonna go ahead and grab that contract. All right, below, above, below. Yeah, that one right there, it gets us. On the surface. I gotta look and see where these are at. Alright, Kerbal Motion, these are all below, and grab that contract. Well, that pays a lot, but that means this must be really far away. And one is above, and the rest are below. Alright, let's go over here and see if there's any of those that are viable. There's one that's got 3 low and then 2 surface. That one's interesting. Alright, Kerbal Motion, this is the one we just took. Wow, look at all these contracts over here. Okay, so this is the one where the 2 on the ground and then these. go together. Oh, that is a lot of surveying. Not exactly close by. Fucking mosquito. We have debris. We shouldn't have debris. It's at 45 kilometers. That shouldn't be there. Alright, terminate that. Alright, and this is splashed down, so let's go ahead and recover that. Alright. Under career evolution, what do we got under satellites? A polar satellite, which is what we're going to be doing anyway. Right, so let's go ahead and grab that. Right, our ScanSat's going to be a polar satellite. So we'll grab that. So we can get paid for it twice. Reach orbit and return. Not quite yet. I'm gonna double check. Okay, so we have the ability to make our first actual orbital vehicle that isn't loaded with cheese. Right? I guess this one isn't so bad. It's just part count limited, all that stuff. It's kind of... Alright, so first, let's make our ScanSat. Oh, these fucking mosquitoes! Get off of me! Ugh. Alright, let's go with the cube. Give it some gold leaf. So I think I'm in the garage. And the garage is detached from the house. Right? And the garage isn't exactly sealed. Alright, give me 1 minute. I gotta go. Hinkeloff, what's the cube for? It's the probe core. It's just called the QBE. I just call it the cube. But give me a minute. I gotta go put on some sweats because these mosquitoes are just keep attacking my legs and my ankles. So hold that thought. I'll be right back. Give me 1 moment. can see those little bastards flying around in here everywhere. And it's not just here, right? I was helping my neighbor, you know, assemble some furniture and stuff, and man, they're just everywhere. There's a gun range, a shotgun gun range, that's about a quarter mile that way. Well, that way. And they have a big standing pond that the city has been trying to get them to get rid of forever. And I almost guarantee you that's where all these little bastards are coming from. Right, mosquitoes have like a 2-mile range. And we're well within it. Yeah, and it's the kind of place, you know, that every morning they play, you know, God Bless America and then the national anthem and, you know, and have Newsmax on loudspeaker all day long. It's just, yeah, it's one of those kind of places. Yeah, Hinkoff, it's almost 90 degrees here today. Quick run to the corner store, and that's like a 9-mile round trip, or 9. You know, it'd been funny if you said it's a 30-mile round trip. No worries, Unka. And as I said, the mosquitoes are not native to Southern California. They came in a few years ago from a fruit barge. They got missed on a fruit barge that came into Long Beach Harbor from South America, and it brought a species, you know, so it's an invasive species. They have no natural predators here, and they're flippin' resilient. Normally, the reason we don't have mosquitoes in Southern California is it's too hot and too dry. Well, these little bastards don't mind it. I kind of wish we had solar panels, better, you know, extendable ones. Because I just realized this, this radar altimeter eats up a lot of juice. Alright, this thing takes how much juice? I think it's 1 a second. 1 electric charge a second. Yep. Hinkoff, this is a part from Scansat. It's a radar altimeter, right? So it uses, you know, in real world, you know, it basically uses radar to do a 3D map of the terrain from space. Right, Scansat adds in several orbital experiments like this that don't exist in the vanilla game. It's not a whole lot more science. It's just a little bit more science, and the Scansat interface is kind of cool. It's something I really hope they consider adding in the KSA in the base game, right? Because you can actually see the ground map of your satellites, and so some of those weird satellite contracts you get, you know, to go into a tundra orbit or a Molnia orbit, Right. Those types of orbits are about their ground track. When you see their ground track, it makes a hell of a lot more sense of why they're done that way, right? But without seeing their ground track, it's just like, okay, this is a really weird lopsided orbit. What's the point of it? Well, if you could see the ground track, it would make a lot more sense. And SkyNSat actually does that. It shows you the ground track of your satellites. And this will actually map, but you start out literally by creating the map, the ground map itself first. You know, through this, and then you'll do a multispectral, which will give you biome information. So this will give you altitude information, is what this one does. And they have to go into a polar orbit because as they're going around this way, right, the planet's rotating this way, right? So it allows them to map the planet as they go along over time, right? It's not like it happens quickly. It's a while. Usually put your satellites in, good enough for government work orbit. And that's what, yeah, that too. Yeah, ScanSat is something I was hoping that even with KSP1 at some point, either through DLC or something else, that they would have added something, you know, a vanilla version of it, right? And as I said, I really hope it's something that KSA adopts, like, from the beginning. Not nearly enough battery. It's 405 electric charge, but it's not going to be enough. And that's basically what we're going to end up doing. The thing about a polar orbit, if you do it right, the satellite can be in sunlight the entire time. Right? You just need to make sure that we can generate. Alright, so this one does a maximum output of 2.8 a second. We need 1 a second, so 4 of these would work. Yep, I need them tucked in a little bit more. I'll save that for like a kicker stage. I'm thinking about just making this monoprop powered.
It's got balls!
Yeah, not unless you carry a crap ton of it. But yeah, it becomes inefficient to do so at that point. That is why I wanted to build this out first, because we're going to do this. Basically, it's just going to be a big solar panel. Yep, or a solar cube. Natsmore, yeah, we have fairings. We've had fairings with this install. Except, since we got to make it so long anyway, I'm going to swap that out for that one. Oh, that's too long. Never mind. I'm going to redo the batteries. I'm gonna redo that. I'm gonna prefer this. All right, I'm gonna go with the three-way. I don't want him firing into the solar panels. Let's take a fridge. Hankloff? Well, the issue is that this consumes one electric charge per second. So we need to be able to generate at least that. Each of these panels generates a little over 2. This way, if we're rotated at an angle or whatever it is, we're still getting power. Plus, we need to be able to transmit the data in addition to powering the experiment. So. Hildebrand? No, Kerbin. All right, this is doing an altimetry scan of Kerbin. Right, so it's going to go into a polar orbit. Right, and we have to have the RCS because this the QBE Procore does not have any reaction wheels. Speaking of, though, I do need a reaction wheel. Now that I'm thinking about it, in order for persistent rotation to work, you have to use SAS, which requires a reaction wheel. Meant to pull that off. But we're going to reduce this down. Like 10%. There we go, perfect. And this only weighs 700 kilos. Alright, now it just needs a launch vehicle. Alright, so we're going to add in a decoupler. We need a payload adapter, which we're going to use a fuel tank for because, well, we just are. This used to be a structural piece, but now it's a fuel tank. Because I used to make my upper stages smart as well, but this is and I would slap in a second probe core into this, but I don't think we need to just yet to make a smart upper stage. Oh, actually, we were going with the other thing. Hold on. Hold. The service module, where is that? Payload. Yeah, we can use this guy. Oh, no radial attachment. Oh, that's right. These can't radial attach. I don't like attaching this to the node because this is a 1.25 meter node. This is a 0.625 meter node. Right? Or node size 0, node size 1. Bad idea. So what I do is I'll use a cubic octag, radial mount it, and then I can put this on it. And now this is no longer a stressed component, right, of the vehicle. All right, push that in. We need our fairing because I don't want it selecting this node. Chief, I have never built any plane that exists in real life. I always make my planes. I take inspiration from a lot of real planes, but I make my planes. So does that answer your question? I literally don't think I've ever built an actual plane. Oh, you're actually requesting me to build one. Now, the number one reason is most of the parts aren't very convenient, but also a lot of people build... Oh, the Constellation. I know this plane. It won't look like this. I would need the Kerbal aircraft. I would need another mod. I would need the Kerbal aircraft expansion, and then I could get a little bit closer to it. But yeah, pretty much I've made it a point to not make, because so many people have done, and maybe not necessarily that airplane, but so many people have done them, and you end up overlapping so many parts to get the shape, quote unquote, that you want, and it's still gonna be like all the ratios and everything are off. Right, Kerbal just doesn't work very well for trying to make real world analog, like direct clones of something in the real world. You can make an analog of it, but not something real world. Like, not exact. You know what I mean? You've seen this plane before, right? I don't know if I think there's some other screenshots of it in here flying. Somewhere. That's not it. That's a different airplane. Well, yeah, the cockpit is the only reason it looks that way, right? The cockpit is kind of... It took the B-17 cockpit as its inspiration. Right, but I would actually need... This is probably the closest cockpit I could get to, like, for the Constellation. And this part is from Kerbal Aircraft Expansion, and it does not have an IVA. Even though I'll have to say, the Kerbal Aircraft Expansion also comes with this cockpit, which comes in very, very handy. You can actually make a decent bush plane with that cockpit. Yeah, here you go. And even this really isn't anything like a B-17. If you were to actually look, it's in, you know, the cockpit's inspired by as part, and I believe this cockpit is from, I think it's from this one, Kerbal Aircraft or not Kerbal Aircraft, but Airplane Plus. But you really can't, you know what I mean? It's very, I don't know. The only way to do it is to make it really, really cheesy. There used to be a streamer, a European streamer, that did a lot of world analogs, and he got pretty good at it, but man, the part count was stupid. It'd be like 900 plus parts for like an F4. Yeah, Chief, that doesn't. That's what I mean. The tail that doesn't exist. There's no part that I know of in any mod that does that. Maybe in what's the weapon one? BD Armory, maybe. I know it has guns and weapons and missiles, but yeah, that's what I mean, Chief. Like stuff like that. Those parts simply don't exist. Yeah, well, Chief, just so you're aware, the Russian, I know which one you're talking about. The three capsules, they're all three the same size. Just one only has one seat, the other one has two, and the other one has three. Their mass goes up, but they're all the same size. They're 1.5 meter, which would be ginormous. All right, we're gonna add a pair of batteries on the side here. And did you know that you can change the flow priority on batteries, not just fuel tanks? So I always increase this to 1, so it always uses the rocket's batteries before it uses the payload's batteries. Otherwise, it'll use them all at the same time. And then you got to make sure that this is centered on here, otherwise the aircraft will, the spacecraft will behave weird. Right, got to be centered. Okay, and now we can turn the shroud back on. All right, turn the shroud back off because we got to go find. Wait, I gotta pull that off for a second. This needs to go down 1. That way it's tucked a little bit better inside. There we go. And then we fit in that fairing rather nicely. Let's unlock that tank. And Jimmy, yeah, these are the KW rocketry fairings, but you don't have to install all of KW rocketry to get them. You can do them as a standalone. I think it's just called simple. Let me look. How's this called? Well, they're gonna try to. There it is. Yeah, simple adjustable fairings. Simple adjustable fairings is the name of the mod. But they're from KW. They're from the KW rocketry mod. It's just this way. All you get is the fairings. You don't get the rest of KW rocketry. Yeah, they're on an indefinite hold right now. For the because of weather. Okay, 8 minutes. Oh, there we go. Okay. They need to tell BlackRock to make a patch for... Oh, to fix the weather. Okay, I get it. I'm a little slow. Alright, make sure the upper stage has comms. This is pretty much the only upper stage engine we have at the moment. Let me know when we're 3 minutes out, if you would. Issue is, this engine is not gimbal. I also have no roll control. I'm gonna add in a pair of spiders. I gotta adjust those slightly. Hold again. I'm guessing weather again. And of course there's a boat approaching the range. Or an airplane or something else stupid. Okay. There's our upper stage with fairing. Window closes in 3 minutes and the clock is at 4:33. Well, I guess it's not going to happen then today, is it? boom boom rocketry. All right. Two of these won't be enough. Three is a little bit overkill, but it gives us some wiggle room. And then we need a skirt. Not like that. Kind of like that. These engines are gimbal, right? Steve, what's going on, man? Steve, yeah, and don't use it. They did, but don't use it. I cannot recommend using it. The problem is that it does not install dependencies. Weather scrub, yeah. Yeah, Steve, the best tool for installing mods is CCAN. There is Steam Workshop support, but only for craft sharing, not for mods. And it has to do with how they chose to go about mods licensing. So Kerbal has a pretty open mod licensing thing. It's basically the mod authors get to make up their own licensing, basically. And that doesn't work for Steam. Plus, it would also put the developer on the hook if something goes wrong. And Squad at the time, they didn't have the money, they're not big enough to be able to support it. Right, but that tool there is this tool. Alright, so you download and just go to the GitHub, go to the ccan.exe and download it. Drop it into your game folder, not your game data. Not in your game data. It goes wherever your KSP executable is. And then open it up. It'll ask you a bunch of questions about where is your mod, or where's the game sitting, blah, 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 blah. But you've already put it in the game directory, so you can just hit accept the defaults, right? And then you just select what mod you want, don't want. Hit apply, and then go through the installation process. And the other thing, too, about the CurseForge thing and the Twitch app, very few mod authors actually use it. And CCAN will actually install the dependencies, right? So if a mod requires module manager and all those other things, it'll already install those dependencies, but it'll only install them one time, right? It doesn't install them with everything else, right? So if you have 5 different mods, they all have module manager as a dependency, it's only going to install module manager the one time, right? So it's actually quite nice. I really need to do a YouTube tutorial on how to install mods for Kerbal Space Program. That being said, not all mods are registered with CCAN, because it is a third-party service. But not all mod authors use it, but the vast majority do. Coulter, I do. It is in my Discord. Go to the KSP mods channel, and it's in the pinned messages. It's a text file. There's no mod command, Hinkloff. Yeah, it's in Discord. Alright, so if you go into Discord, come down here to KSP1 mods. Here's the latest. This is from the previous one that kind of, I messed something up in it. But the mod list itself actually does work. Right? But then I updated it because I added a few things and changed the tech tree around and all that. But it's right here so you can download it. Right? And if you're a channel subscriber, or a Twitch subscriber, you can just download my game data folder. You don't even have to install, mess around with installing all the individual mods. You can just download my game data folder. And if you're running any issues, feel free to ask in the KSP1 help channel, right? And you can share screenshots, you can share craft files. There's a whole, you'll see when you jump in there. All right. Add some clamps because everybody likes clamps. Also, as I'm playing, if you see something that you're like, what is that from? Just ask and I'll point you in the right direction. Do note though that when we get out here in the world, you're going to see some amazing clouds and water and all that stuff. That is BlackRock's volumetric cloud mod. That one is a manual install only, and you're going to have to get it from his Discord. The link is also in my mod list, or I can give it to you here. Yep, that one will require a $6.50 subscription to his Patreon to be able to download it. But all you gotta do is just to do the 1 month, and then you can cancel. You know, after and you're for the whole month it stays active. And he doesn't do that many updates, or hasn't done that many updates. He's done update 5, but it's basically 3 to 6 months between updates. So. And it's worth it. If you're wondering if it's worth it.
Absolutely.
All right, I'll have to save this launch vehicle later as a separate craft file. Right now it's just scan altimetry. Bobo!
Holy cow! It's Bobo!
What's up, Bobo? Long time no see. How you been? How's surfing life? All right, let's go ahead and get guidance here set up. Turn this back up now, because we like the sound of rockets. Just the drone of jet engines being really loud. It gets a little old real fast. And Glove, it's not swaying too much. It's pretty stable. Nothing wrong with that, Bobo. It keeps you in shape. Helps release some stress, and we're going to be doing a sunset takeoff, a sunset launch. Right, and we are going to be going south, as this needs to go into a polar orbit. Yeah, you're right, the rocket is swaying a little bit. It's swaying. I can see its vertical and horizontal speeds are moving around by a few millimeters. That's right, real rocket sway. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Prepare for launch. Our scanned altimetry satellite is go for launch. Our launch vehicle is go. Guidance is go. Engines are go. Stand by for launch in 5, 4, maiden to start, 2, 1, send it. Bobo, I have heard, but I don't know how they're gonna do it. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and throttle down to 2/3 here as we are accelerating like a bat out of hell. And we're gonna put this in basically a 225 kilometer orbit. I'm slightly off from 180 as we need to counteract the rotation of the planet. Alright, we are coming up on main engine cutoff. There's Miko. Alright, we have good stage separation and upper stage ignition. Oh, I chose the wrong side, dang nabbit. Now we got a whole lot of energy to counteract. Alright, we are now 55 kilometers downrange distance from the KSC, passing an altitude of 46 kilometers. Alright, stand by for fairing jettison. We have good fairing jettison. And apoapsis is not looking all that great. Fairly low thrust to weight. Hanging out right around 58 seconds. If it drops below 45 seconds, you're not going to orbit. Alright, our satellite is in space. We still have good comms with the KSC. Hinkoff, it doesn't really matter. I launched south because if something happens, the rocket's coming down over water, not over land. If you launch north, you're going to be launching over land. Right, but that's more of a roleplay thing. Alright, we have a good polar trajectory. Alright, we're now 225 kilometers downrange distance from the KSC. Alright, stand by for shutdown. And shutdown. Oh, that wasn't supposed to pop. I forgot to unstage something. That's alright, though. Alright, small burn, so that burns up in the atmosphere. Alright, back to the satellite. Alright, satellite here is gonna coast. And we just lost signal, so we did our burn so that way we don't have any space debris. I gotta unstage the service module that I'm using for the payload adapter. Coulter, this is stock scale. Typically, I mean, because it's only because I haven't played Kerbal in a while, like close to 3 years. But for a long time, my chosen scale was 1/4 real scale. If you're wondering why the sky looks like this, it's from changing the aspect ratio. Right. So if you hold down the left Alt key and use the scroll wheel, you can either go all the way out and make a really, you know, a fisheye effect, right, like that, or you can go all the way in, right, and your horizon line looks bigger than it actually is. And if you double click your scroll wheel, it'll go back to default. This is Pudman's Calm Nebula. It's the one that he doesn't like, that he created. But it's Pudman's Calm Nebula. And I realized I forgot to install Distant Object Enhancement, but well, I really didn't forget. It's just, it's under... Somebody adopted it, and I don't necessarily like the way they like to do things. Chief, I know, we're not in orbit yet. But we need to coast for a while and hope that we have signal to circularize. Alright, so the payload is going to circularize itself. Yeah, Poobin has a couple of other good ones. I mean, skyboxes. I just prefer this one with Kerbal. It gives you something, you know, unique to look at. Coulter, well, it depends. Right, it's 1/10 to 1/25. All right, so to give you an idea, Kerbin is 10.625 times, or almost 11 times smaller than the Earth. Right, and then Joule is 25 times smaller than Jupiter. Right, at stock scale. My 1/4 rescale will work with GPP. All right, we're coming up on Apoapsis. Let's hope we pick up another comsat. I mean, not a comsat, but another ground comm system. Because we really need to be burning right now. Anybody? Anybody? No comm relay there? Or there? No ground stations? No ground comm stations? We don't have very high thrust to weight on this. I mean, it's just monoprop. But we're about to pass AP. On our way down now. There we go. Alright, we're picked up from Nye Island. So we got comms for quite a while. Because if we lose comms again, we won't be able to push. But we're now in orbit. We're safely in orbit. I don't want our apoapsis going above 250 kilometers. The higher we are, or the closest we are to 250 kilometers, more or less, the wider our swath of scanning is going to be. So optimal altitude for this is from 70 kilometers up to 250. And I realized I forgot my other thing I usually do. I usually always slap like a thermometer or a barometer on every satellite, because that way I can go to any satellite for those contracts. I say like, give me science from low space. You can just go to any satellite and grab it. And I forgot to do that on this. Hinkloff polar orbits are also the best for screenshots. I'm going down to about 12 units of fuel right there. All right, that gets us 232 over 175. Right, we'll take it. Yeah, essentially we are, because we launched right at sunset. Right, we're going to be at the day-night terminator always. All right, let's start the scan. And one contract is complete to put up a polar satellite, which gives us 18 grand in 1 science and 10 rep. Right, and then the other one is for actually doing the scan of the planet, but this will actually take a few days. But to give you an idea of what we're doing, it's this. Right, we are mapping the planet, but we only started right here. Right, so we've only done this little swath. Right, and this is the path that our satellite is going to take. The orange marker, the orange dots are where our satellite has been. Right, the blue dots are where it will be. Right, for the next, for this orbit. And it'll slowly, as the planet's rotating underneath this, and we're going in orbit around it, it'll slowly map the whole planet. Right, it gets up to like 70 to 80% fairly quickly, and then that last like 20% takes a while. Right, but if we time warp an orbit here, and if you're wondering why my satellite is not flipping ass over tea kettle, for the most part, it's because I'm using a mod called persistent rotation. so your satellites maintain their facing. Right, but it relies on SES in order to function, so if we lose comms, the satellite will start to slide, and then when we gain comms, it'll go back to the facing it's supposed to be. And when you see the camera flip around like that, that means we're passing over one of the poles. And we're not using up any electrical charge, because our one solar panel here is facing into the sun, and we can rotate the satellite however, it won't matter. We'll be generate more than enough electricity than what we need. And in larger scales, this looks so much better. Right, I mean, even if I did this. Right, just stock skirt is so tiny. Alright, so now if we bring this up again. And refresh. Right, you'll see that we're starting to scan, and this is only going to be like a black and white telemetry scan, but eventually you'll end up seeing a map of Kerbin. Right, but so far this is all that we've mapped. Yeah, I'm sure screenshots are a NASA concern. Of course they are. Hinkloff, it does have a reaction wheel, but it won't stay at the correct angle because the mod mechanic relies on SAS, and SAS relies on comm signal. Once we have a comm network set up, then it won't be then it's not a thing with correcting. But that's only because of the mod of persistent rotation. If you don't have persistent rotation installed, anything you have in orbit is always flipping ass over tea kettle. I have some cool polar orbit screenshots. I probably do. Yeah, you know, the last time I played in stock scale was 1.7.3. I still have some screenshots of it. But that's the last time I really played stock scale was 1.7.3. Too many screenshots, man. So this is JNSQ, the JNSQ Planet Pack. The JNSQ Planet Pack is natively 1/4 real scale, meaning Kerbin is 4 times smaller than the Earth. Right, but you can see the horizon line looks so much better, and this is like at 150 kilometer orbit at least. Right, and it's also already on the way. It's already done the lunar burn. You know, even when you're flying, the horizon line, you know, is just so much better. Now there you go, polar orbit. Actually, that's not a polar orbit because it's a lander. I'm just looking at the day-night Terminator. And Miss and JNSQ. Now see how awesome the planet looks. I'm still building out a current mod list for 1/4 real scale, and it'd be all the stock planets because to be able to use parallax and all that. But I don't know if I will play it on stream or not, because it'd mean another career. But I digress. We got a mission to keep going with. Hinkloff, you wouldn't have to. Whatever facing you left the satellite in, it'll likely stay there. Right? Over time, it'll suffer some type of orbital decay or interaction, and that's why almost all satellites have fuel on board and thrusters. Right? Is to make small corrections to their orbit. Right, so even like geosynchronous satellites, which are well outside of the atmosphere, even in real life, they have to do small course corrections every now and then because they're being pulled on by Earth, obviously. Right, it's what they're in orbit around. But the moon, every time the moon goes by, it pulls on a satellite. The sun, Jupiter, they all pull on it. Right, so every now and then they'll have to use a little bit of fuel. And that's pretty much what decides a satellite's lifespan, is how much fuel does it carry on board. Right, and it has to have enough on board to put itself in what they call a graveyard orbit, which is basically lift itself up, I think, like another 1,000 or 2,000 miles up above geostationary or geosynchronous orbit. Right, too much. It would cost too much fuel to have it re-enter and burn up in the atmosphere, and it doesn't cost that much fuel, so it uses the last of its fuel to send itself up into a higher orbit and then turn itself off. All right, so we can let that run. Go back to the Space Center. But yeah, Hinkloff, just like the ISS doesn't flip ass over tea kettle in space, right? It stays at the same heading. All right, let's warp to the morning, and I need to save that launch vehicle as its own craft file. All right, so let's go ahead and open that up, and then this. Oh, there is no. All right, where is the fairing from that? There. All right, put it up there so that way we're releasing the payload before that would ever get popped. All right, and then we're going to reroute. Oh, reroute. Yo. All right. And it's going to be OR.2, Orbital Rocket 2. And now when we build out a new satellite, all we have to do is pull out this launch vehicle for it. Hinkloff, it won't matter because because we won't be launching another one of those anytime soon. The next one will be going to Moon, and I'm not ready for that yet. And it'll be other that will end up loading up. There'll be more on it than just that radar altimeter. But yeah, I'll be adding a whole science suite to it. All right, let's take a look at our contracts. What else do we have? Local flight. How far out are these, actually? Oh, did I just cancel that? Don't tell me I just did that. Oh, I did.
Insert dumbass right here.
I accidentally canceled that contract. I did not mean to cancel that contract. I didn't mean to hit that button. I wanted to hit that one. Hinkoff, no, we didn't auto-save. I don't use auto-save all the, or, well, auto-save, yep. I thought you meant like a quick save. I don't use quick save that often. It's a little bit of satellite. We'll lose a little bit of reputation, but not too much. Actually, we lost a lot. Except I think entering the building again and exiting, I created a new one. Yep, I did. I'd have to go into the persistent folder and swap them out. I'm not going to worry about it. It's not that big of a big deal of a contract. If it was like go to the moon or something, then it would be a big deal. It's just a little local survey contract, which likely may have recycled. All right, below. We'll take that. This one would be nice, except this one's really far away and one of them is above. Like high altitude, so it makes it much more... We have a plane that can kind of do it. But depending on it, but it can't fly like halfway around the planet to get to one of these. All right, so we do have a contract to do a multispectral survey scan of Kerbin, right? So we can launch a second ScanSat satellite. All right, let's take that contract. All right, let's find the scan altimetry. All right, remove the launch vehicle. We don't need that. We do need that. And see, this experiment is awkward. And yes, it does actually pull the center mass off to one side. And I'm thinking it's time to just go ahead and make a full satellite bus. Yeah, this is an awkward one to use. I'll have to do that differently, I think. I'm gonna have room for the little structural door to open. How much electricity does that take, actually? 0.8 a second, so it actually uses less electricity than the other one did. Except it'll actually be blocking. Wondering why I'm not using the extendable solar panels, is we don't have them unlocked yet. Not generate enough power is the question. How much these generate? 0.3 a second, so 3 would generate 0.9. And it consumes 0.8. Alright, that would give us a little bit of extra security. And this is going to be scan multi. And a lot of satellites in real life are really, they come up with really weird shapes. And the same thing, it's going to need to be closer to 250 kilometers altitude. And what this one does is this one scans biomes. All right, this will actually give us a biome map of Kerbin. And yes, you can actually put this and the altimetry scanner on the same satellite if you really wanted to. Like, their facing really doesn't matter. Alright, I'm gonna save that. I want to go look and see what do we need, because it's under gizmos. Gizmos is 45 science, I think, right? It gives us extending solar panels. Yep, 45 science. We got 24.2. So we would need to go out and get 21 science. How easy would that be? Let's see if we can't get 21 science. We got a helicopter. We can at least, I think, fly. I think it has a range to be able to fly to the mountains. Right, and I could actually give this one additional fuel. To be able to fly further. Let's see how it does as is first. Alright, crew. It's gonna be Valentina and Bob. Alright, so we're gonna fly over to the grasslands, make sure we got all the grassland science that we can get. The Highlands, I think we've already gotten most of it from that last flight that we did, where we kind of taxied the airplane around. And then we can also see if this can fly to the mountains and land there and fly back. Alright, let me know if this is too loud. Alright, switch the altimeter scanner and... let's go. I need that. Hank off, yes. I'm gonna see if we can't get 21 science. So we can get extending solar panels. So we're gonna go fly over to the grasslands here. And see how much science there is still to grab. Right, besides, we get to do it in a cute little helicopter. Alright, we're over grasslands here, so throttle it back, nose up, so we slow down. Alright, we're down. Well, there's 3.8 science. Let's let him pop out. He can collect the data and restore this. And we've already gotten EV reports from the grasslands. What about magnetometer data? Alright, so we can get some magnetometer data as well. Alright, collect all the data. Quite a ways to those mountains. Islands are over there. We try hitting Highlands. There's a little bit of science left we could probably get from the Highlands. We're gonna come around to the north. you can tell, I've gotten much better at flying this thing since we built it the other day. And we have another version of this that can land in the water. It has pontoons. Science, it's pretty stable now. I mean, I've gotten better at flying it. Gotta keep our eye on the fuel. And the parts for this, if you're curious, are from Airplane Plus. This part doesn't have a texture, though. It's still problematic every now and then, like this little quirkiness. Alright, I'm gonna come this way a little bit. Just when you get close to about 50 meters a second speed, it starts to... The aerodynamic forces on the vehicle itself, right, the drag and all that, they start playing a bigger role. Right, especially if your nose and your velocity vector aren't really lined up, at least that you know linearly this way. And the KSC looks so far away from here. Is there any science from flying low over the grasslands? Oh. Yeah, Jimmy, it's insane, isn't it? I think I need to fly more that way. I don't think we're gonna have enough fuel. We have quite a bit of throttle left, so we have we could add more fuel. As we burned through almost half. So here in about another 5 units of fuel, we have to turn around no matter what. I want to see if we can fly to the Highlands, and I don't know if we can. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I wanted to zoom out. Oh, yeah, maybe. Oh, I did it again. Come back to the right. We made it. We're in the Highlands. A little rough. A little rough. We got a little bit of science. What about a goo? Alright, back to the helipad. Alright, so we're bringing back a little bit of science. Maybe I should, we're almost 60 meters a second, jeez. You want to find out how high we can actually fly? I'm curious. As we fly back. I didn't pay attention to see how far out we actually were when we landed in the Highlands. What do you mean a pre-made Ellie? I made this helicopter. Well, other than the parts. I didn't make the parts. Yeah, stock helicopters aren't worth the effort. Stock propellers in general are not worth the effort. What's up, Daves? How are you doing, buddy? Yeah, I gave up on Kraken Tech a long time ago. The game is just too unstable to pull it off. I like consistent results. You can make something a Kraken Tech and it works perfectly once, and then it'll never work again. And then you're constantly tweaking it to get it back. It doesn't like flying this fast. Yeah, but even then, even if you had the 10 years, it'd probably only work a handful of times, right? And then it'll just stop working. And then you gotta tweak it again to get it to work again. It's like, it's like, to me, the juice just isn't worth the squeeze. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and start descending here. So we can get up to about 1,000 meters, which is pretty decent for a helicopter. Reusable vehicles are worth doing like later in career. Like too early on, it's not worth it. Like if you're still unlocking a whole bunch of parts, it's not exactly all of that worth it. And anything less than a 2.5 meter rocket's not worth recovering at all. Like, so like 1.25 meter and 1.875 meter, yeah, let that shit go. Birdie Martin, what's going on, man? How's KSP going? Not too bad. We flew out to the grasslands and the highlands in our helicopter to get a little bit more science. I'm trying to unlock extendable full solar panels. So now we're flying a helicopter back to base. Back to our helipad. Alright, I gotta start slowing us down. A little rough on the landing there. I need an actual like throttle. You know, I'm hitting W. Shift control, shift control, shift control. All right, well, watching our velocity vector to see where we're actually going. But I've definitely gotten better at flying this thing over the last couple of days. All right, so let's go recover that. See how much science we brought back. Dave, the last reusable rocket I made in KSP was for the DART program. It was for the DART mission. 6.1 science. We need another 15 science. Right, but it was for this thing. Right, so NASA commissioned Team Galileo, and they enlisted help with a few other mod authors to make the asteroid for the DART redirect mission, where the asteroid redirect mission was called DART, and they launched it on a Falcon 9. So this is a 2.5 meter rocket. Developing it. This is where we're doing initial development of it and just actually learning how to fly it. Because not only do you have to develop it, you have to learn how to fly it, right? And then we're launching test payloads with the upper stage. Right, and then afterwards we started doing landing legs and bringing it back to the KSC. Not all of them worked. Sometimes, a rocket, falls over at the last second. You run out of fuel or one of the legs fails. Right, but then we actually did the actual DART launch. Right, and here's the DART on its way, practicing, with the legs. Right, landing it again back at the KSC. And this was the actual launch. Right, so here's the stages separating. Bringing the first stage back. Going back to the second stage. Back to the first stage. You have to do all this before it re-enters the atmosphere. Because once it re-enters the atmosphere, if you switch back to the other vessel, the game will delete this. So once it's on its way, you have to leave it. Right, and then we brought it down. Landed it over here, and then we swap back to the upper stage. We release the DART capsule, send the DART on its way, and here we are coming into the asteroids. We smacked it. This is how much we changed the orbit by smacking it. And then I did a quick save here, reloaded it so I could take more screenshots. But I did it first mission out, and we smacked it dead on. We hit that thing doing almost 3,200 meters a second. And I got a shout out for it from NASA. So, bonus. The physical zone is inside, or it has to be. You have to stay inside the physics zone, unless if you're not in the atmosphere, it won't matter, right? Once you're into the atmosphere, you got to stay within physics range. If it's flying, if it's landed, that's a different story. But if it's flying, you have to stay within physics range. What I was trying to do here is get enough science to unlock gizmos down here, right? Which will give us extendable full solar panels. But I don't think we're going to get there just yet. Yeah, getting a shout out by NASA for official Twitter page for something you did in a video game is kind of cool, I guess. Dayplay, there's no such thing as ending a KSP save, right? You never finish. You just stop playing it at some point, but you'll never finish. There's always something else you can do, type of thing. All right, so we're gonna launch it this way. You mean Kerbin POI or Kerbal POI? Because Kerbal is the name of the sun, so that would mean leaving the solar system. Right, not the star system. I don't worry about it too much. Like some people try to go interplanetary too soon. Right. I mean, there's a lot to be doing around the Kerbin SOI before you go. You start launching interplanetary. Other than like some early probes. I guess it all depends on how you play. Like my play style, I don't time warp. For interplanetary travel. Right. So if I launch something to Duna, I don't time warp until it gets to Duna. I'll come back to Kerbin and keep doing more things around Kerbin because, that's a long transit. 6-8 months, in the game of transit. There's a lot you can do in that 6 to 8 months between, Kerbin, Minmus, and Moon. Right? Because I like setting up orbital infrastructure and and surface infrastructure. All right, I think this is good. All right, so what we're gonna do now is save this, open this up, find our OR2, merge. Oh, you attached the wrong node. I forgot that these panels have so many nodes. There we go. All right, close the fairing up. All right, and we're gonna send this into a polar orbit here momentarily, but I gotta go punch the bladder reset button first. So give me a couple minutes and I'll be right back. Alright, we're back. Thank you for your patience. Oh, by the way, if anybody wants to see the this entire series from the beginning, I have been uploading each episode up onto YouTube, so you can find my YouTube channel there. Alright, as today is episode 5, but the previous 4 episodes are up on YouTube now, and this one will be uploaded probably tonight. Alright, polar orbit time. And I don't remember did I warp to sunrise or sunset? I like to launch into polar orbits near sunrise or sunset. That way it makes sure the satellite stays in sunlight. It, you know, keeps it sun synchronous. Ooh, that is wobbly wobbly. One moment. Why is that so wobbly? No, wobbly rockets are not part of Kerbin's DNA. So Dave, you just gotta reel your goals back in to a reasonable level and then build from there. Don't get too crazy too fast. Still wobbling around like crazy. Alright, guidance is set. ScanSat 2 is go. Guidance is go. Orbital launch vehicle is go. We are going hot in 5, 4, 3, ready to start. 2, 1, send it. And we have liftoff. I'm gonna drop the throttle back to 2/3. I want to go supersonic too fast. All right, vehicle supersonic. All right, we're now 11 kilometers down range distance from the KSC and passing an altitude of 11 kilometers. Alright, coming up on main engine cutoff. There's Miko. We have good stage separation. And upper stage ignition. Alright, we're now 60 kilometers downrange distance from the KSC and out passing an altitude of 46 kilometers. And we are in a perfect southern trajectory. Sun's gonna be in the wrong place for us. I probably should have time warped sunrise, sunset. Alright, we have fairing deploy. Alright, coming up on 100 kilometers downrange distance from the KSC, passing an altitude of 64 kilometers. Once again, we're going to be aiming for an altitude of roughly 220, at least 225 kilometers, but less than 250. All right, 3 minutes, 38 seconds into the flight. We're now 156 kilometers downrange distance from the KSC, passing an altitude of 80 kilometers. Another screenshot here. All right, stand by for Seco and shut down. And we are go for payload deploy. Extending antennas, payload deploy is good. Alright, push us away for a little bit from the upper stage. The upper stage will re-enter and burn up in the atmosphere on this orbit. And now with the satellite, what we're going to do here is we're going to cruise up towards apoapsis. And then we will do an RCS burn to circularize, or roughly circularize, to finish putting it in orbit. And let's hope we have a tracking station, a ground tracking station below us. Or comm station, rather, not tracking station, comm station below us. When it comes time to burn in another 8.5 minutes. Right, currently we are talking to a site over here, which we may not actually have line of sight to when we get up towards our apoapsis. Another 6 minutes. The other reason I prefer to do RCS on this is if we lose signal, we stop burning, right? Where if we have an engine burning and we lose signal, it keeps burning. And we just passed over the pole. And we're gonna lose signal just before we need to start pushing. See? Alright, passing Apoapsis, we're now descending. Hopefully we pick up another ground station, or a track, yeah, a comm station somewhere. Otherwise it's gonna be a lost satellite. Hello? Somebody wanna talk to me? Come on, talk to me. Anybody? Anybody home? Talk to me. There we go. Finally, somebody wants to talk to me. Alright, periapsis coming up on 50 kilometers. And we're not going to lose comms before we finish this burn. That's good. Had to double check. Alright, there's 60 kilometer periapsis. I could fizz warp it, but it's too easy to mess up. Well, we're in orbit. We're not going back in the atmosphere, so the satellite is not lost. Yay! Thunderbolt, what's going on, man? How you doing? Oh, you like the reverb?
And then I have this one. It's so soothing.
And among others. Alright, I'm gonna leave us here. We're at 230 over 93. We'll wait until we come back around towards our apoapsis again. At this point. No reason to waste fuel. And it's dark, so we're gonna be scanning from battery. Awesome. I should have time warped into morning or night. Alright, but we can go ahead and start scanning. Plus allow us to keep an eye on our juice. Our electric charge. In fact, I think this one needs sunlight the entire time. Now that I'm thinking about it. Like, the ground needs to be lit by sunlight the entire time. Yep, that's what I thought, Natsmore. Yep. So, I should have time warped to the morning. So we're launching right along to Day-Night Terminator. Alright, coming out of time warp. Where are we at with our scan? Alright, let's raise ourselves up. I'll go ahead and fizz warp it a little bit. It is a long, slow burn doing it this way. This one's going to take a really long time to do a scan because a big part of its orbit's in the, over the ground is in shade or nighttime. All right, 229 over 200, we'll take it. Go back to the correct orientation, even though orientation really doesn't matter. Other than for solar panels. That matters. Our battery go dead? Oh, looks like we have enough battery to go through the night at least. But it's going to take a really long time to scan because we're spending, you know, a good half of our orbit at night. Because...
Insert dumbass here.
Alright. But at least our batteries won't go dead. If our batteries go dead, it becomes a problem. But our batteries will not go dead. Alright, so now we can see what the satellite's been doing. Well, we're gonna look at what our other satellites been doing first. Right, so this is the altimetry map from our other satellite. Right, which has only been up like a day. So as you can see, it's slowly starting to map all the terrain. visual map, which is what this satellite is doing. Right, so you can see we've done this swath, these two swaths here, and if we go to biome, which is also being done by this one, right, we can see all the different biomes along the same path, right, as we continue to orbit. As I said, this will take a few days to complete. This one even longer because part of it's over the night and it doesn't map the ground at night. All right, back to the Space Center. All right, so we have 2 satellites up and they're both doing what they're supposed to be doing. All right, so now let's warp to the morning. We have a storm incoming. Yeah, biome scan is 24% done. We need 75% to complete the contract. Right, and the altimetry scan is 30% done. Again, we need 75% to complete the contract. Alright, so we have an observational survey that we can do here, 4 different waypoints, all low altitude, which is good. So let's see where that one is relative to us from here. I don't have any other air bases open, and I don't want to spend the money on them because I'd rather upgrade the R&D building, which allows us to get surface samples, which will give us the science that we actually need. So let's bust out the flyer. This is the long range one. Or longer range one. Jeb, you flew last time, man. I know you like your flight hours, but get out of the cockpit. Let Val have a flight. And we still need to fly to the tundra. But I was really hoping we'd be able to unlock the next node of aircraft before we do that. Gee, I know. It's a nice little skybox that Poodman hates. I know. He doesn't like it when I use it. Alright. Yep, these are far away, but which ones are they? Yeah, below 18, below 18, below 18, below 18. Alright, so it's these over here. But I realize we can recover here. We don't actually have to fly all the way back. We can recover at Engineer's Luck airstrip. And at some point we'll be unlocking or open up Sandy Island so we can take off from there. So these are bases that we can land at for full recovery, but we don't own them. This one we can actually buy to open, but it's 250 grand, which I don't want to spend just yet. Which, it'd shave off, almost 200 kilometers off the flight time. I'm thinking fly to that one, then this one, and then maybe no, if we're gonna land here, let's do that one, and then that one, and then we can come back and land here. So let's go to this one. Oh, and that storm is here. I almost want to time warp just a little bit to let that storm catch up. Just a little bit more. Let it get really dark. Oh, wow. There we go. Alright, I gotta turn the volume down on the vessel. Jet engines are really noisy. Alright, Val, you are cleared for takeoff. And look how awesome that looks. Alright, we have positive rate. Alright, let's go to 15-degree climbs. We can keep that speed going up high, or going up fast. And our objective is almost due east. You can even hear the rain pelting the canopy. Blackrock knocked us out of the park, man. Alright, let's go to a 10-degree ascent. Oh, look at that.
So good.
Seriously, this is so good, man. Oh my gosh. And the clouds alone just make you want to fly airplanes all the time. Alright, so we're going to continue our ascent up to about 10,000 kilometers. What base is that? There's an air base. There's a base over there. Off to our right. Kola Island. 260 grand. But yeah, we're at the Kola Island Naval... Oh, that's right. It's Kola Island Naval Air Station. So there's a naval air station right over there that we can open, but it's 260 grand. Cialis over here, airport. It said Sandy Island. Alright, I'm gonna come down now to almost the horizon. Oh, and I forgot to pull this off because it's useless. This little ladder doesn't help us. Alright, let's go ahead and set our autopilot here. and hit some time warp. Oh, I forgot to auto strut these. And typically auto strutting in flight mode is not always the best idea. Here's along at Mach 0.89 in 4x Fizz Warp. I need to remember to auto strut this thing, and now that because we've unlocked struts, now we can actually auto strut. I need to remember to do that when we get back, and then do it in the editor. That way it'll carry forward, and I don't have to worry about it anymore. All right, we're at Mach 0.9, 520 knots. And we'll be there in about, to at least to the first waypoint here in about 10, 11 minutes in real time. These are much better to do once you actually have supersonic flight, because your flight times become just a couple of minutes, even if they're this far away. Does anyone still have trouble making airplanes? At some point, yes, I will actually do YouTube versions of my airplane tutorials. I just gotta come up with a script that's not gonna be 6 hours long per episode. Because when I've taught it in the past on stream, it ends up being a 6 to 8 hour lesson. I'll have to break it into pieces. So MGB, are you still building out your new for your new playthrough, or did you already start? But this is a huge cloud base we've been flying over. It is just a huge cloud base. And these observation contracts are pretty good money. As I said, I would really like to be able to upgrade our R&D so we can do get surface samples. Which are worth a decent amount of science. And once again, no stream tomorrow, and then on Tuesday for Veterans Day, we're going to be doing re-entry, a spaceflight simulator. Which I'm going to turn this volume down real quick, even more. All right, and if you're unfamiliar with that, I had finally just hit full access or full release. Right, but it is this. When I've seen somebody else play this before when it was first released in early access, I was kind of eh. I mean, it's like about the experience, but it seemed kind of like a push button simulator. Right, but all the missions are historically recreated. All the way through Apollo, you know, but it's the entire early space missions to the moon. Right, well, from the early, like the first manned missions, you know, starting with Mercury, the Mercury Atlas. And yeah, the cockpits are fully interactive, and you actually have checklists that you have to go through and punch everything in, all that. And then obviously this is the Apollo capsule. I mean, it's an amazing recreation of it. Here's the lander. Right, and it's the real actual procedures that were used, so it is kind of cool. Jiminy Agena doing the rendezvous. You see the Agena capsule there. And I thought we would give this a shot on Tuesday. And again, the name of this is Re-Entry, a spaceflight simulator. So we will be hitting that up, as I said, again on well, for the first time on Tuesday. All right, a couple of minutes out now. And thank you guys for all the follows. Much appreciated. And if you haven't, if anybody's new here, if you haven't noticed by now, I like airplanes. Like,
A lot, maybe too much.
Right, but I like making airplanes that are stable enough that I can literally fly them in 4x phys warp. And they're just fine. As I said, we're not going to fly all the way back. We're going to land it at another airport that I've never been to before. We just can't take off from it because it's not our airport. All right, 50 kilometers out. And we're cruising it now at Mach 0.94. All right, 15 kilometers out. I'm gonna go ahead and come out of phys warp. Go back to standard control, because I'm also gonna want to come up, bring the nose up a little bit. All right, 10 kilometers. But we should be in the window here in just a moment, under 8. And there we go. All right, there is waypoint 1. All right, autopilot back on, as we have a 24 kilometers to fly to the next waypoint. All right, coming out of phys warp again. All right, we got waypoint 2. And let's bring it around to the next one, which is 100 kilometers away. Dude, are these mountains this high? Where the hell are we? That is a tall flippin' mountain right there, dude. I mean, we're 10,500 meters up. Now that mountain is 5,000 meters above sea level. Probably higher if we flew over some of the peaks. I don't even remember. How tall is the tallest mountain on Kerbin? I don't remember. That mountain looked taller than it actually is, apparently. Alright, almost the next waypoint. There we go. This one's fairly close. Alright, one last crew report. Alright, that is contract complete. And we also get 2 science for each of those. That's 10 science we just picked up. Alright, let's go to engineer's luck. Oh, I can open engineer's luck for free? Alright, well, it's our air base now. Why is that off-centered? If I'd known I could open that for free, I would have took off from here. Yeah, we already need to start our descent. A little over 70 kilometers out. Just under 50. I can see it now. Just under 20 kilometers out. I can't see the orientation of the runway though. Alright, so we're coming in at a 90-degree angle to the runway. Alright, so we're going to come here off to the left. Also bleed off a little more speed. We're going way too fast. Alright, gear coming down, flaps coming down. let's go ahead and start turning in. My speed to come down just a little bit more. First time landing here, so. And we don't have an ILS or PAPI lights over here. Like butter. Like butter. Boy, this is a shitty runway job. It's nice and smooth, but whoever contracted out for the edges was one intoxicated Muldoon. And it's all that's out here is a fuel truck. Yep, don't roll off down there. Oh, it's an actual refueling station. Like an honest to goodness refueling station. That's cool. Alright, but we're going to go ahead and recover this from here. That's good to know, though, that we can actually land there and refuel if need be in the future. That means there's other ones like that are probably like that, too. So all those extra air bases are from a mod called Kerbal, which is
Old.
all right. And Valentina got a significant contract ribbon, and we got 40 grand back for that plane. How much is the plane actually worth? $40 grand. So we got all of our money back. And that reminds me, get rid of this. It's useless to us. Oh, and there's a couple other changes I wanted to make to this before I forget. I need this guy. Right, is we want to be able to pull the experiments, right, without actually having to get out of the cockpit. All right, so we're going to bind this to an action group. I already put one in, didn't I? I put it in the nose instead of the tail. And here I thought I forgot to put one in. I forgot that we put it in the nose. Because this is technically a fuel tank, but we don't have anything fuel in it. So I was just using it as a structure. I completely forgot that I added this in. I thought we had forgotten about it. I could have collected all that science instead of doing all the jumping around on those last other contracts.
Ah, insert dumbass. Here.
Because in the other aircraft, we put it in the tail, so that's why I was thinking it was that. But no, we put it in the nose. It's up here. I just saw it in the action group, so I was like, wait, what? Collect all? Where? Alright, but that gives us 484,000. We need 451 to upgrade the R&D building, so we need more money. Otherwise, we won't have a reserve if something goes wrong with some of our craft, but it's 451 grand to upgrade. I don't want to only have like 30 grand left. We wouldn't be able to launch that plane. That plane costs 40 to put out on the runway. Well, we're at 38.4 science. We need 45. Well, I wanted 45. Right, to get the extendable solar panels, but it's not necessarily a priority anymore. Even though it's the last 45. After that, everything from here is 90. Other than the small reentry pods, which we're not ready to use just yet. Advanced flight control gives all kinds of RCS thrusters. Subsonic flight. Combined with advanced construction. Oh no, we already have general construction with a lot of some of the parts. Right? I think it's still under advanced construction, right? Oh, alright, where are those other parts then? Oh, here they are. They're under aerodynamics for whatever reason. Alright, but subsonic flight with aerodynamics will allow us to actually make our first actual like cargo plane, and we can actually put a rover in it. Right? We'd actually be able to drive around one of the grounded rovers. Right, so we get some of those faraway contracts where we need to go to multiple locations. Instead of taxiing the airplane around, we just drive the rover out the back, drive the rover around because it's much more stable, drive it back in the airplane and fly it back. Alright, so let's go ahead and warp to the morning. Make sure we have all of our Kerbals available here. And how do our satellites fare? Alright, this is our biome scan. This is the second satellite we put up. It's at 44%. It's actually passing up the other one. It's at 44% scan. If we want to swap that to visual, which is also being done by the same satellite. Right? And this is low res. There's another one we'll unlock later on that'll give us a high res. Does this also give us slope? Slope is going to be from the altimetry satellite. Which is this one. Might need to adjust the orbit on this one just a little bit. It's at 39% complete. We need 75 to complete the contract, but obviously you want to go to 100% to actually fully map everything. And then once we only know about Kerbin, right? But we can do this for Moon, Minmus, all the bodies. Okay, so we still have a contract to fly to Kerbin's Tundra. That's the one I'm kind of waiting for something bigger, airplane-wise. And then at that point, we can fly anywhere on Kerbin. Once we unlock those next two nodes, but they're 90 each. But once we unlock those, the aerodynamics and then the other one that we need for the larger airplanes, it'll give us 2.5 meter fuselages. We'd literally be able to fly anywhere in Kerbin. Just a matter of time to be able to do it. But we could circumnavigate the globe easily. Yep, those two are in action. What are we doing next here? Early space program, reach orbit and return. That we can actually do now, actually. We don't need anything unlocked for that. Our first geostationary satellite. That one, I would actually want to make a ComSat. We don't have any relays yet. Like, I don't think we have any relay antennas unlocked yet. I think we need gizmos for that. I think our first high gain antenna. Yeah, our first relay, because what I would want to do is put it into a geostationary orbit over Kerbin, right? Which will help with all of our launches. We need gizmos first. Why did I go in the hangar? I didn't want to go in the hangar. I'm going to go back to the mission control. You guys do that a lot too? Go in the wrong building? Yeah, so geostationary satellite, but I'm not going to take this contract just yet. Well, that'll even give us 8 science, actually. Yeah, you know what? I'll grab it. Not ready to fly by the moon yet. Even though we could, it would... What's the advance on that? 24 grand? We only have room for 2 more contracts. Let me think about that one for a moment. Yeah, start exploring the moon. So with this contract and the other contract for our first lunar flyby. It'll give us the money that I want. From an unmanned flyby of the moon. All right, we need to, before I take those, we need to complete a couple other contracts first. Because we could do all of this at once with like a single launch and really get paid for it and get some decent science from it. So I'm going to hold off on that. All right, these are all below, so I'm gonna go ahead and grab that contract. Those are all low altitude surveys. That'll give us the money buffer that we need so we can upgrade and get our science that I want. Lots of surface ones. Wow, that one pays 266. Where is this? Oh, because it's on Minmus. Yeah. I was like, why is that contract paying so much? Because it's on Minmus. All right, that one's high altitude. Otherwise, I'd take it. We already have one of these, which I don't really want. All right, but I think we're going to leave it here for today. Oh, wait, we got 541,000. Where'd that come from? All right, let's upgrade that then. We got 90 grand. We can work with that because now we can actually get a whole bunch more science now around the KSC to be able to unlock at least one, if not, well, at least gizmos, and then for certain one of the other ones. All right, but I think that's a good place to call it a day. So let's go ahead and get out of here. All right, so once again, no stream tomorrow. I'll be back on Tuesday, but Tuesday won't be Kerbal. It'll be a re-entry, a spaceflight simulator. We'll be taking a look at that. And then we'll be back to Kerbal on Thursday, because I won't be streaming on Wednesday either. All right, so I want to thank all you guys for coming to hang out with me today. You guys are awesome. If you have not hit that follow button for me, do so now if you would. I'd appreciate it. Thank you so much. Defted Brush, thank you. And Riznarf. Oh, Narf. I like Narf.
Narf.
All right, once again, this episode will be uploaded to YouTube. Probably won't be ready until tomorrow morning. YouTube is really
slow.
But if you need YouTube access, there you go. Once I'm trying to get up to enough subscription to make it worthwhile to actually start doing some, YouTube tutorials on there. Also help bring in more people in here. If you guys need social stuff, there it is. That's links to Twitter or X, Blue Sky, and Discord. Discord, if you're not aware, we actually have a huge Kerbal section, right, where you can, share screenshots. My mod list is in there. If you are a subscriber, if you go to the Twitch subscribers channel, you can actually download my game data folder directly. And there's instructions on what you actually need to do for that as well, so that way you don't have to go through the whole mod thing, but you'll have my mod ready to go. Also have a section to share craft files. Kerbal X has been kind of weird lately, right? So I added a section where you can share craft files, right? If they are modded craft files, make sure you list out the mods that are required to build it, just as a courtesy if anybody wants to download it. Right, but with that, I'm done. Yeah, I'm done. All right, you guys have a great morning, great night, great afternoon, great whatever it is, wherever you may be. I will see you guys on Tuesday. Until then,
stay dangerous.
Got those. The Rocketology with the raid. Welcome everybody. Get on the ground here. Welcome, how you guys doing? Been some space engineers. I am designing a drill vehicle. You can drive around and just punch a hole in the ground and get some